Welcome in. I had my candle lit, but it just got unlit when I plopped the Max Melt, right? Wax melt. Wow. The timestamps are below if you want to skip the beginning of setting up a bit. Yes, so the candle went out, so I'm lighting it again with you. So there could be something significant in this collective about a relighting, or just simply lighting with the camera on, like something of an extra viewing, or like being seen while you're lighting it, or just like extra illumination of sorts. But it's like illumination of the illumination. Oh, that almost went out. Okay, and with this I shall light a bit of incense. Rang! Oh, look at that big fire. It's gonna drop. It's gonna drop. It didn't drop. Clunk. Do you want to be able to see the incense? Darkness. Ah. Too many shadows. That feels like the same thing of like the illuminating of the illuminating thing. Okay. I think only now I'm realizing how quiet I had been then. I'm usually talking more. Fancy that. Okay. Let's move these eggs in. The eggs are continuing. Maybe this is like the what do you call that? For those of you who haven't experienced before some of my earlier readings, there has been a string of egg symbolism as of late. Maybe this is the climax. Finally using like egg shapes. This guy loves to roll. Maybe he'll have to be like that. Nope, that makes no difference. Haha. Okay. I feel like, do I need something here? I'll just put my hand here. No. I kind of want to put my water in. No! Adding emotion creates disharmony. They're a cluster. This is all of them in a nest together. Oh, that's so cute. She says immediately, bringing them apart. Okay. I'll get cards for each now. And then I'll welcome in the pile selection. That feels wrong, but I'm gonna do it. There could be something about that which you're used to doing feeling wrong, but not in a way that you don't want to do it, just in a way that's intriguing. Like, why the difference this time? Why do I have a change of emotion surrounding something seemingly the same? What is the difference that creates the difference? We have Starling for pile number 1. I love that. Fits this energy so well. I don't know if I have words for that yet, but Kitiwake. Or Kitty-wake is probably more what it's pronounced, but I like saying wake. Wake! Oh, what's that reminding me of? Waku is Izumi? I feel like usually I'd be able to think of her name. Wako Izumi, I think, from City. A manga/anime. Pile 3s. I feel like pile 3 wants loads of bird cards. Woo! We have Kestrel. It wants to be upside down for some reason. Ooh. Usually I feel like I would keep it upside down, honor the feeling, but this time I wanted to continue, which is the same message here of like, even though it feels like I don't like it in some sense, it feels good. But it's like surprisingly good because it holds a darkness, but continuing with that darkness feels very whole and freeing. It feels like, wow, I could pass through that fear barrier, or wow, I can include this thing within myself, or maybe outside of yourself, maybe both. Maybe both. Yes, and back of the deck is Shelduck and Sand Martin. A Sandy Martin. Okay. Welcome in, pile selection. So for pile 1 we have this like fossil egg, as well as a starling. And this egg likes to roll, so I'll just let it if it wants to. Pile 2. Yeah, get away, pile 1. Pile 2 has this Shivalingam, as well as this Kittiwake. Or Kittiwake. And pile 3. Okay, it's fine. Pile 3 has this jade egg with this, I'm so blanking, kestrel. Okay, see you at your piles, look at that. Maybe I'll do that as the thumbnail. I like them all jumbled. Probably won't, but we'll see. Well, you've already seen. Ah, the beauty of time travel. Okay, let's put these up here. Actually, I think I'll do a collective too. If you want a visual for whether you choose the collective or not, it would be this. Or maybe, wait, this incense stick. And maybe these also. Wait, did the flame go out again? It did. Shall be reignited once more. There's definitely something in that message for the collective. There could also be hello collective. I will just continue through here. So something about reigniting the flame, and also about, okay, one to do with like, I have the heating on. I just turned it on and it's not even that cold, but it's like, because I'm processing something in my body, I'm wanting my air to be warmer. Yeah, this is the same message from before. It's a feeling of like, ordinarily there's a feeling of like, I don't really like this, or this isn't needed, like some sort of darkness or heaviness that actually you're feeling called into. Allowing yourself to accommodate for yourself as opposed to disregarding yourself. Possibly to do with new conditions or new experiences within yourself. Calling for new external validation of those parts of yourself, of those experiences. I shall drink water now. There could be a lot of shaky energy here. Maybe a lot of you are processing some heavier emotions, or just processing a lot. For some of you, it's definitely relieving for you to hear that it's extreme emotions. I don't think that's everyone, but for some of you, you're really, really feeling overwhelmed and kind of a crisis energy. Okay. breathing is being brought to my awareness. Okay, got some incense going. There's also 2 incenses going, and that feels like it is that same message of like something that's going to be like too much, or feels like ordinarily I wouldn't want that. Even if it has like part desire with that, usually I would just do one, but this time, despite the feelings of uncomfortability, I'm feeling called towards it. So with that feeling of crisis, no matter on what scale of that emotion you're feeling, there's an essence of allowing that fullness to be, allowing that energy to be present, not trying to push it away, falling with that sense of darkness, or with that sense of paranoia. Letting it be there, seeing what it has to say. Yeah, letting it have a voice. Okay. And also allowing yourself to be there too, and maybe creating a little bit of separation between your own sense of awareness and your experience. A feeling of being able to see it and therefore caretake for it, as opposed to it feeling embodied in all of you. The moment you have the awareness of the experience, that experience becomes outside of yourself in some sense of that word, or that phrase. You might feel like this is calling for extra vulnerability. There may be something of like 2 shells, and the 3rd shell, or 3rd layer of the onion, is the sensitive part, or the part that you are anxious about or wary of. And it's almost like those 2 front shells, the 2 first shells, outer layers, aren't even the problem, or aren't even the concern, and yet you might be keeping them at bay because you know what's behind them. I think that will only fit for some of you, but it really fit for those that it did. Now I'm seeing examples of when it like slightly hit for those that it did. No, I wanted to say for most of you, if it hits, it hits, and I think that's just the message for everyone here. And there's a call into that, into allowing yourself to be, I had the word perceived, but I was trying to say allowing yourself to be like shaken, if that's what the experience is. There's a strong feeling of allowing the truth to be seen, because the truth is okay. Even if there are parts of you that feel like it's not okay. It's continually bringing your awareness to what is present and creating that sort of border of, oh yeah, that's not my entirety. Oh yeah, I can be the one that provides this with a sense of love and acceptance. It doesn't overtake my being. This one wanted to come a bit sideways, so we'll leave it like that and maybe get another card at the end. Some of you might relate this to past versions of self, or I just heard confusion with future versions of self. Interesting. There is a lightness here too, and I think that's clarifying. I think it's reflecting how you are bringing your awareness to this energy and creating an adaptability with that, an adaptability within yourself. We have Kingfisher. Oh, interesting. It's like a circuit. I'm thinking of a specific circuit in Mario Kart. And we have Advocate. It's a circuit, it's Baby Circuit, but it's the like remake version I'm thinking of, not the old one. I guess the old one's coming through now too. Okay, I think that was the message. Like, I'm thinking of the new one. Maybe this is to do with thinking of the future self. But through thinking of the future self, I'm being reminded of the past self. So this could have strongly to do with you connecting with who you see yourself to be in the future, and thus having triggers come up between what that distance is. Triggers of experiences of who you have been that aren't in accordance with that. Ooh. Some of you, it's not a dark triggering. Some of you, I was being drawn more to the insecurities that come up when you're looking to a higher version of self, feeling that anchor, feeling that thing that isn't where you're looking towards. But now I feel called to draw in more of the energy of lightness, of like clouds, but them not being dark clouds or clouds that cause confusion, but clouds which rain. And I heard the word forgive and allow fertility to exist. It's an interesting phrasing, that, because it wasn't a fluid motion I was getting. It was like skipping the middle part. It was skipping the present part. Because instead of me saying something more to do with the rain washing down, it's like I jumped from the cloud and the rain to then the plants being able to grow. It felt like I was skipping a step. I think that could be what some of this emotion is to do with, somewhat of a skipping a step. Some of you might feel called into a meditative state surrounding this energy if you weren't feeling that before. Okay, some of the cards that came up were Golden Eagle, Cultit. What's this guy? Red-backed Shrike. Widgeon. Oh, this is the Nightjar, because he looks like the Wryneck, but it's not. And that Tree Pipit? Tree Pipit. Okay. I'll bring them out. I wasn't gonna. Yeah, interesting. The way I'm wanting to do this is staggering them. It's like staggering them into the gap. But it's not, and that the Nightjar was the only one that I had. Well, Golden Eagle counts, but it doesn't count. For some reason, it doesn't count. Okay. There could be something about the last video I did for you, because I, promised. I made note of Golden Eagle energy there. Nightjar. Yeah, so something about, like, the second first and the second last. Nightjar is the only one that I had expressed the name of, the only one that was solid, and that was the one that fit in the gap. I think you are in the gap, or there is a call to the in-between in some sense. I'm gonna get this deck because I have past, present, future cards in here. I don't know that they'll be the ones that want to come out, but I want to give them the opportunity to. Which feels like it could fit here. Not knowing, but allowing the space for. That just makes me think that perhaps some of you have been closed off to certain ideas of who you could be or what you could experience, what you could allow into your own aura. And interesting, I used the word aura there. It feels quite right here. Because it's an embodiment of like what you're touching, what you're sensing, what becomes a part of you temporarily or permanently. No, it's always temporary what this feeling is. And there's something of that in like the present is always temporary. Okay, these two cards want to come out, but Oh, and a third one with them. Maybe many. This is a really weird feeling. I'm not sure what to make of it. We have present. That was the one I was thinking that the focus was on, because we were getting the future and then the past, but the gap felt like the present. And now I'm seeing it differently, like the gap is the part that you knew but didn't want to settle into. We also have rowan tree and yew tree. Okay, I'm being shown a comparison. I want to keep seeing these. We have future, another universe. Yeah, that's very much an energy of the different vision of you, the vision of you that you're, or the vision of your life that you're connecting to, that you're desiring, or that you're feeling is very relevant for your what's currently on your mind, or the current like ebbs and flows of your life where they keep directing you towards. Oh, I like that. Yeah, because both of these cards also have like a drawing up into a single point. I think a lot of you see a single specific part of your future. It's not like a wave. It's more of like an individual self that you are. And there's a comparison between that self and your past self going on. Why I want to know more about why it's the past self and not. I'm gonna take this out. It's a bit too smoky for me. What does that mean here? What was I saying? I wanted to know why we're comparing with the past instead of the present. I think it's simply that the drawback is between that future and then the wounds of the past, which make it feel unreachable. And that brings you to present emotions, that brings you to present triggers. And this is the essence here of allowing those to be seen. Because I feel like there's a sense of these triggers coming up for you, but maybe you trying to dismiss them or not wanting to fully acknowledge them, because we had that message of like the light going out and the importance being on me lighting the candle with the camera on. And that feels relevant to me now wanting to put the incense out. And I'm now seeing a gnat fly onto the lower half, which is actually on the right. Okay, it's drawing me to this card of the back of the deck, which was a one I associate with time. Bay laurel is popping out. But also, what's this one? Or a few of these. Put them there. Yeah, a few. Why am I doing it this way? That's what I'm really curious about. I'll get to why this card is sideways too. Oh, this is a card that I associate with insecurities. Because this is a card that I don't like the look of, or that triggers me in some way. There is like a certain rawness. I do want to say, actually I don't want to say that. I think that's probably relevant to your reading. Do I want to say this? Actually, I don't want to say this. And with that saying, it doesn't have to be related to expression, but it's a feeling of a part of yourself seeing. Maybe that's more relevant. But I did say, so maybe speech is important here. So the other cards. But yeah, this card is sideways. It's like that is the gap. That is a reflection of the gap that's being highlighted to you. So we have Mintaka, A World Lost, Ash, Sycamore, Dragon Realm, Cypress, Conifer. They just keep wanting to come. Maple. Wait, conifer. Oh, there's something so much about that conifer. This is all bringing me into a very deep internal feeling. And maple feels like I'm being drawn to like a stickiness of that. I think that's what you're resisting. It's like you're being drawn in to a certain darker aspect of yourself or of experience. And it's like there's maple juice. This I'm thinking of like what's that called? Maple syrup, I guess. More than the tree. That could be significant here. It's like not even the tree, but the juice of it that is being highlighted. Like it not the focus, but what comes from that. I feel like there are more examples. Maybe some of you want to write on that, see what comes from that, like a prompt, or speak on that, like a prompt. Maybe prompts are significant here. Anyway, it felt like that darkness you're being called to of that self, that gap energy. But then when you start to get into it, you feel like you're being like sucked in, or like it's a stickiness of like you fear that you won't be able to leave that space. You fear that that becomes you, that's like an ultimate trap. Like it's just a hole that you fall in and can't heal or can't get out of. A fear of the stickiness, and that's what's causing resistance, because it's like you're half there, you're half feeling into it, but then you're jumping back out again. Or there's just something of like the resistance. I don't know if you've got this image I'm getting of like you go in, but then you feel the stickiness of it, and you're afraid of allowing that to be experienced to the fullness of what it actually is. It's like before you settle in and see that, oh, it's just maple syrup, the moment you feel that stickiness of like, oh no, maybe I can't get out of this, then there's a tug out and like an instant don't look, just move, just jump, just react, just leave. And so the call is into a more like relieving soft energy where you're bringing clarity to that which is calling for your attention. Is this tree paper out of the shot? I'm curious. Dude, only slightly. Yeah, this might be just a really small adjustment. Like you might get so close to fully being in the emotion, but then it's like there's a tiny part of you that you're still not really holding, accepting, which is the present, which is inclusive of that future self. Because the future is just the present. Or all that is in the present is in the future, but just from a different perspective. And that's the shift you're being called into, bringing in that perspective shift of what is present into more of that acceptance, which is then the future you're seeing, which is more embodying of that peace or acceptance. And then Series B, interesting, that's not what I was expecting, but I like the comparison because that maple is the stickiness, and now Series B is more of a wateriness, it's more of a fluidity. It's a draw. It's like a feeling of, it's still maple though, but it's no longer maple in a way that's hindering, it's maple in a way which is like elastic, or that doesn't actually prohibit you. There could be something about, I'm looking at my apple tree and I'm realizing I think it needs water. But I don't know if that's my fear or if that's the truth. Like there's like a slight redness to the coloration of the lower, actually of all the leaves. And I in my mind I'm wondering, is that about to like go crispy? Is it lacking water? Okay, that's an interesting feeling. I'm actually going to water it within your reading. I like the symbology of that. Is there more I can say on that? Something about your agility. Oh yeah, because I put that there. I was going to say, and back of the deck is future, but again, because I put it there. Which feels like this, it's like that future is reachable for you because you put it there, because you decide where it goes, or you decide... what do I want to say that? Because it's actually not what I'm trying to get at. Circle. The image I'm getting is of how the future is in the center. I'm wanting to say, again, the future is you, the future is the present, but just from a different perspective of that presence. Okay. Guess I'll leave that in while I water the apple tree. I guess I'll water my avocado tree while I'm at it too. And my little succulents. I think that's going to be it for the collective reading. So if you feel like skipping to your piles, there you go. But let's water the little tree, guys. Where's my... Oh, right, it's in my cupboard. My watering utensil. Is it called a utensil? Are utensils only small? Is that the, what do you call that? Condition of what creates that word? That was hard words to say. Better words were somewhere. I don't know where my main jug has gone. I know where one main jug. Then I had a Chinese carton that I was watering them with. I had a cool jar, but then I moved my stuff around in my room and I accidentally trapped that jar in a drawer because my bed is now up against that drawer. And I could just move my bed, but I'm not going to. And then I started with a Chinese container, plastic rectangle. And now I'm going to this spherical. It's kind of cool looking. There's a bottle. There's something maybe about how I've had this for ages. And maybe like at the beginning of my obsession with glue guns when I was younger. I loved glue guns. They were the best. So when I cut this, it's like I glued the top so it wasn't like sharp. Maybe there's something about how... I don't think this actually happened, but I'm getting the image of me having cut myself on the sharpness of this bottle. It would be such a huge bottle too. I miss big bottles. Yeah, there's the center point in this, and also circle. This is a circle. Maybe something about, again, like those three different containers. Maybe we can view it like past, present, and this is the future. Those three different containers were all different, and yet they did the exact same thing. But it had such a different feeling to it. Okay, I'm gonna go water the plants. I just feel like there was juice that could come from that didn't. Interesting too, I'm like topping up my avocado water, which is like the seed in a jar of water. It's not in soil. And usually I'll completely change the entire water when I do this. I won't just like top it up. Oh no, it's a bit too submerged now. That's fine. For now. Oh yeah, apple tree. Here you go, Mr. Apple Tree. Oh, yummy. Yeah, you can have some water too. But not too much, because I don't have like a plate beneath it, so it will just get water everywhere. The real watering will come later. For those of you from yesterday's Pile 4 reading, I still have that song in my head right now. I listened to that reading. Wait, where do I put? I kind of want the water in your reading. Ah, there's room. What was I gonna say? I'm gonna pack these away as I speak. I listened to that reading on the walk yesterday. I ended up going. It was too late for sunset, but I went for a starry walk, and the stars were so visible. It was so beautiful. And what else did I have to say? Oh yeah, it was just such a fun reading. I loved it. I didn't read any of these cards. Well, only that's interesting. I didn't read any of the normal ones. The ones that I accepted. Because there was nothing to read. It's like, we already have all of that. That's not anything new. But the one that I did read was the one that came sideways. That was causing the unsureness, or causing the distortion. The gap part. Woggle, 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 wee. I want to intentionally shuffle these. Oh, I love water. I like having water beside me right now. Is there something about how this has lots of paint on it too? It's not actually lots, but it's some. Depending on one's perspective. The sum of your parts. That's like making me think that some of you were like viewing yourself more, what's that called? Like average, like the like looking at the general feeling of yourself, as opposed to allowing like the parts that don't fit the old agenda through. Okay, I'm gonna leave that expression. I just heard singing in the rain. I wish it would rain right now. It looks so close to raining. It was raining a bit earlier. Is that how you're feeling in some sense? Like you're ready for the rain. You're ready for a further releasing. Birch. That is that cleansed energy. Ooh, I need to look up something about birch trees. I'm wondering how much water they intake, because right now I'm getting an example of like them taking up, like them not needing much water at all, and yet it's something about how like they feel so full of water. Maybe the ability to retain water, so perhaps emotions, or that which feels emotional to you. It's like not needing a lot. That's that feeling of like the slight adjustment from that tree pipit card too. I'm really noting my my gums. It's like they're sore on both sides. It's like at altered perspectives, or at both sides it hurts. That just makes me think of the, like, looking to the future hurts and looking to the past hurts. But maybe, like, not fully wanting to acknowledge the present interconnectedness of them. The fact that you can't really run from them. It's just only a perspective that you're not them. Is that all in view? Yeah, it is. Oh, that's making me think of a Grand Cross, or the Great Cross? The Grand Cross. I just think of Grand Trine then. It's a particular setup card layout that one can do. I forgot that they existed. Maybe I'll do one of them sometime. When I'm actually, like, asking like specific placements of the cards to have specific meanings. I mean, I guess there's something about how I was doing it like that before. It's like the placements of the cards do have meanings. I'm just a not. I love adding A's to things. Also N's. More so N's. I guess it's like when it's an A, it has to be apostrophe after the A. Like Mario. I'm happy. Something about how the intention is still that the placement has meaning, but I'm just not assigning the meaning. How is that relevant here? Future. I heard the future is set in stone, but I wasn't trying to get at that. Which feels like that same message of, like, there is something that is secure and yet, or is the natural way of being, and yet it takes a different approach. I keep getting in on that message. Do some of you just not want to hear that? Is that why it's being repeated? I think that's the same message of before, of, like, maybe it's an emotion that keeps propping up for you because you haven't really fully acknowledged that it keeps propping up for you. Or what it is that really keeps propping up. It's like a feeling of not really wanting to sit with something, wanting to keep walking forwards instead. Yeah. The interesting thing is I'm not really seeing the feeling I'm in or the expressions that I'm wanting to hone in on. Which feels like an energy of, like, requiring yourself to be the confirmation, to be the, like, the synchronicity, the sign, the one with the power to allow, the one with the power to open the gate towards, or with the part of yourself that you're wanting to invite in. Maybe when I say part of yourself, you're seeing that more as a future experience or self. There's something about how now the past and present are more intertwined. And a perspective of seeing the love in the past. Seeing like a sense of fullness and nourishment that can be allowed in the present. Maybe that word present was tripping up again there. And I'm suddenly feeling a sense of, like, trailing off, like it's hard to look at, or there's no point, or a feeling of, like, uselessness. I'm wanting to ask, why aren't you wanting to ground this? Like, why are you wanting to maybe do the work later or address this at a later time? It's that kind of energy. What makes you feel like you can't fully root into the present? Like it's not safe to fully feel everything that's right here just in this moment. There's a sense of allowing distraction to show you more of what you're trying to distract yourself from. Allowing all parts of you just to be a reflection of what you're experiencing. Not needing it to be right or wrong, good or bad, but just allowing it to show you yourself. Allowing yourself to be seen. And seeing how just that awareness is what creates that future self. Just the awareness of what presently is. There was never a need to change yourself, just changing your perspective of yourself. Which is not even like changing the perspective. It is change, but it's so less of a big deal, I want to say, than maybe sometimes you're inclined to feel or think, because I think that might be what creates a sort of wanting to run or distract oneself from those heavier parts of yourself, because there's a feeling of, I'm being brought into it right again now. It's a feeling of being shown in earlier life that it's not okay to exist as that, and feeling like you need to reject a certain part of yourself to exist in safety. So when you come back to yourself, come back to center, come back to alignment, just in the here and now, what do you feel? How does it feel to ground yourself into what you're experiencing right now? To be in that maple syrup, to be in the stickiness. And allowing for the emotions that come up when you are more still, to again just continue to show you the difference between the perspective of where you've come from and where you want to be. Because I'll bet that for most of you, the you that you see in the future is far more at peace, or far slower, or it's not necessarily slower like life feels slower or you feel slower overall. Maybe it even feels opposite of that, like there's a more speed to the energy, or like a more energeticness. But there's a sense that there is more peace and acceptance. And that's not because circumstances change, that's because you are that change. And I'm wanting to say again, it's okay to get caught up in the feelings and triggers that come up when you feel more into the heavier things that you're not wanting to feel. It's okay to be on a bit of a goose chase, or to get caught up in clouds and feel distorted. That's a part of the experience. Bringing just awareness to that experience is bringing in more light, bringing in more of that acceptance of all parts of yourself. That is the very thing that creates a more desirable life. I also just want to say after that, this is all my perspective. I'm not sure why that wants to be honed in on here. It's like it almost fell out of nowhere, but it completely fit. Maybe that is a feeling here, like seeing parts of yourself being out of nowhere. And it maybe some of you, it's like you feel such a separation between this you and future you, like it's a different self as opposed to you. And I think that might be it. It's a feeling of like maybe you're trying to add an and, but it's not and, it's just, it's still you. Some of you might have had particular responses to that, like future you is still you. Maybe for some of you, or a lot, there was disappointment that came with that, like, oh yeah. A feeling of it's like a feeling of realizing that there is no cut-off point. You don't like snap off from the parts that you don't like and become it's like just these words, kind of like you're not changing the reality. You're not like snapping off from all the old reality you don't like and being instantly in like a new one. You can view it like that, but for this example, I'm wanting to say that's not it. It's a feeling of like bringing love in, like more like bringing all that outer reality of freshness, cleanliness to the current difficulty, to that inner child that was hurt. Not cutting yourself off from the part of you that felt abandoned, but bringing love to that part so that you feel like you have been seen. Like you're not running away from yourself, but you're bringing yourself to yourself. Maybe some of you would like viewing future self you as like an external spirit who comes to present you or to past you to provide them with that which you felt like or feel like you're lacking. Feeling that holding energy, that love. Maybe it's also helpful if you resonate with particular love languages, like feelings of like specific avenues of experience that you particularly feel nourished through, imagining that future spirit providing you with those. Like for example, if your love language is words of affirmation, then having that future self say things, allowing for them to say the words that you want to be hearing. And I like that I use the word want, because it's bringing in more of that empowerment of seeing that you can be the one to choose, full stop. You can be the one that allows in that future energy right here, right now, not needing to wait for validation outside of yourself or wait for things to change. It's an energy of I am me right here and now. And I can embody that fullest self right here. But it's not like embody, well, yes, embody, but I don't know. A part of me felt like that was still like seeking outside in some sense, as opposed to just already, or like trying to create change, or trying, as opposed to just seeing that you're already here. You're not missing. As a feeling of having felt like peace was something you needed to attain as opposed to realize. I think what you're wanting isn't something that you need to create. It's something that already is you, that you can simply feel into more. And that might just bring up a lot of parts of yourself that are the parts that most need that feeling of love and peace, acceptance. The parts that you might want to be pushing away because you feel like you can't feel that love, you can't feel that peace if those parts are you. And it's reminding yourself that actually you can have a different approach to those parts of yourself, and those parts can be okay if you decide them to be that way. Yay! Rhyming! Yoo-hoo! Yabba dabba doo! There's something of the wonderful phrase that is like your weakness is becoming your strength, not becoming, like your greatness, your greatest weakness is your greatest strength, something along those lines. I'm not sure how to apply it yet, but that came to mind. You know what also comes to mind? My water. And I meant that not like I'm thinking of my water, I was meaning it more like I'm going to drink water and have the water go to my brain. I don't know what the symbolism of that is here, but feel free to interpret if you should desire to do so. I'm now seeing the comparison between sweet chestnut tree as opposed to horse chestnut tree. Horse nesting. Horse chestnut tree is more of that like forward movement, shell energy, and this is more of the embracing, gentle energy. This is more of a feminine energy falling in. I'm surprised by how long this reading is, and I don't know why I'm wanting to note that. And that's looking like a cross between a button and a snout, not a horse, pig, a pig nose. I feel like I haven't thought of pig noses for ages. Pygmy? Oh, I'm thinking of Pikmin now. And now pixie dust. Maybe Santa Claus too? Sean Conn? Let's get a sacred geometry card, maybe. I feel like this might be the last time I use this sacred geometry card deck for a while. I don't know if that's actually true, but it's in this energy at least. It's a feeling of... what is that? I wanted to say it's like they're dying out. And this is a deck I know that I'll keep. Ooh, interesting. This has to do with a future I've seen of mine. I know I'll keep this deck, as opposed to many others that I've had that I have not kept. I know I'll keep this because I've seen... I guess I don't need to give details. I've seen it in my future being used. Maybe there's something to be said about, and I like that. It's like I could choose right now to get rid of it. I could see that future me and be like, you know what, I don't want that. So I could chuck it, but I do like that feeling, so I'm choosing to align with that. Or to stay in alignment with that. That took us on a different course. I like it. Yeah, okay, I like it. Move this guy up there. I feel like there is a lot about placement for you. Like, where things are feel very particular. Okay. Macabre, interesting. That's quite to do with movement or where you are. And universal love. I also want to say, not that I know much about the macabre. I don't know why that expression is relevant. Maybe the knowing of something's important, but not really knowing much about it. It's like I can tap fully into macabre, and yet... Okay, maybe it's something about personal perspective, because I have a personal connection to the energy of macabre. And that in and of itself is full. I feel like that phrase in and of itself didn't even fit there. It didn't even fit there. What does that mean? macabre. Car. K-A. Aber. Ba. I like a good ba. Just something about how I was going to say, I think this isn't even the message, but I'm going to say it anyway. About how my ordinary expression would be to say, I don't know much about something, but actually that's just, I don't know the things that other people know about it. I haven't delved into many other people's perspectives on it, but I still have mine. I was going to say a different word, that's why I said mine in a weird way. I was going to say I still have my connection. It's a feeling of like every tie is whole. You just might not know, or just might not have... I don't know how to say this. It's like, no matter what relationship you have with something, it is a full relationship. It's just altered perspective. It's not even more or less. Everything just is... It is pure, is singular. And kind of interesting, I did singular, but instead of in more of like a whole rounded shape, it's like I was saying direct. It was like a singular, but not singular, like a oneness consciousness of like everything is everything. It's like that's embodied in this, but it was more of like a... This is singular outside of everything else that exists, separate. This is singular and it is its own thing. And everything that possibly is just its own thing. Okay, take that message as you will. Macabre then. With universal love. I don't know, I just want to say about this, like, this is the same. This has become difficult to read, but I like the energy still. And there's something more about this deck and that future message of like it's in my future. Oh, I think I need to say more about how it's like almost run its course for this segment of life. And so maybe I'll not be using it much, at least the energy here again. I'm not saying this is the truth, but maybe it is. This is like the last time I will really be using it in this phase of life, and then I'll kind of have it to the side for a while. Oh, it started raining now. Yeah, this energy of releasing it for a while. But then I know that I'll use it again later. And then it will become more of a thing again. But that time it will feel... It's like it feels older. It feels like the energy I'm getting from it right now. And then there's like a gap of not having it, but it's like... It's a weird feeling. How do I explain this? It's like no time passes. There's like a gap, a void, where it both does get older, but also it's like it does get older, but also it doesn't feel like it. It's like a feeling of... It's more of a feeling of like right now, in this moment, I'm experiencing the feeling of this deck as its future self. Like, it looks older right now to me. It looks more used. Okay, so basically, I see someone in the future liking this deck of mine. And I see them using it. And it's like right now, I'm feeling like I can touch this and feel that they've used it. I'm feeling the future version of this deck in the present. Because it's the same deck. The relationship between the future and the past, and does the present all flows into one another? I feel like that's not the message. I don't know what this is. It's like a feeling of getting wrapped up in an energy that I could make sense of, or like I could have said that more cohesively and made a cooler sentence. But there's just something not clicking. There's a very cool energy here though. And I'm noting that I keep being drawn not so much to the macabre card which came out. Yes, that, but more so to like the fullness of the deck. I'm seeing it with greater clarity. I love the way I'm seeing it right now because I'm seeing it more through the eyes of that person who likes this deck. It's like I'm seeing more of the truth of the soul of this deck because of the other person who has their own relationship with this soul. So it's like I'm not just getting my perspective with this deck, I'm now feeling an extra perspective of this deck. That's what I was trying to get at earlier, but actually I was trying to say more of the opposite of like honing in on your personal relationship with like the macabre card, for example. But now it's more of an inviting of more than just your own relationship to something and seeing the truth of something more fully, or just, I don't want to say the truth, I guess the truth. I'll say that for now. Seeing the truth of something more clearly through the different experiences others have with that one thing. That could be yourself, or it could be something outside of yourself. There's a feeling here of like somewhat embracing distortion. I was just noting how I feel a lot in life that I need to like I can't express the full truth because to me the full truth is like nothing. To me, to begin to exist is to feel outside of everything. Is to believe that we are just one perspective as opposed to every perspective, to get that experience of every perspective. I don't actually think that too though, because I also simultaneously feel like just the opposite of that. But there's something of like embracing distortion because of, or embracing different perspectives that aren't your own. I think that's what that word distortion means in this case. Or maybe always. Because embracing that allows you to, it's a feeling of like loving something more, but also feeling more disconnected from it. But more like it's inside of you, or more like you can't lose it, or more like it's a feeling of like not fearing losing it, because it's like instead of it being a single tether to you, it's like you see the tethers all around it. I don't know, it brings more of a solidity to it. The way I'm seeing this card right now is so much more like I'm actually allowing myself to drop into the present more and see, as opposed to more of like a higher viewpoint or like a less of a glance. This is more a feeling of like seeing the fullness of something. Again, I want to say seeing the fullness of something because of all the different relationships and perspectives you see others having with it. And you could even view that as different parts of yourself. In multiple ways. I want to end your reading. Oh, okay. Okay, maybe some of you want to leave now. Maybe that is something you want to sit on, or that feels it for you. So bye bye. I love you if you're leaving me. And then there was 2 other things I wanted to say. Okay, it was more like, I feel like there's more to be said about this deck, but before that I felt like there was a message in how I felt like leaving the reading, but I felt like a sense of not wanting to do the piles because I thought that they would have to be less homely than this feeling. This feeling feels very grounded, I want to say, or true. It feels very connected. None of those words really. All of those words maybe. I like this feeling. I'm just gonna say that. And I felt like I had to like jump higher and be less a part of the other readings. And maybe that's how you've been feeling, and realizing, becoming more into the energy of allowing that which you're usually feeling like you need to jump back at to be more of a fluid experience of interconnectedness, of feeling more a part of something, feeling more like you don't need to jump out of your own skin. Like it's okay for you to continue to exist with something, or in something, or around something, as something. Okay, I'm gonna put these cards away now, and then maybe there's something else to be said about the Sacred Geometry deck. There's something about how right before I say that, my guys just said like keep this card out, and then I said no and put it put it away. But then they said, okay, that's fine. We'll just have you read it, like, from looking over there anyway. Like, regardless of where it is on the table, we'll just show you stuff about it anyway. I'm looking outside now and seeing jackdaws and what's that guy? Ugh, I wish I knew. I'm pretty sure it's a carrion crow. Yeah, I'm almost sure it is. Yeah, it's way too tiny to be a raven. And there's no way it's a jackdaw. I don't know why I can't accept that those guys I'm seeing are carrion crows. Which is weird because ordinarily I feel like I would most accept that. Whoa, that guy had loads of, I want to say old feathers on him. It's like they were markings. They looked brown. Very cool. Okay. I feel like that refreshed or jogged my mind in a certain way. It's like it's activating my third eye. I want to get a character card for you. Maybe. That word maybe really stuck out to me there. Now the clouds are showing themselves. And you know when I said it rained? It has already stopped and it rained for only a very small amount of time. And also very little. Like it was more like a mist. It wasn't, but it was also. Something that was and wasn't. Luna. Okay, and lifeline at the back. I'm hearing that more like the word lifeline. I don't necessarily think that's true. I'm just being drawn to the word. Okay. Oh, yeah, so that's the other message I was getting. There was something in that exchange about me and my spirit guides and using this card. Feel free to interpret what that was. Maybe a lot of you got a message from that. But I felt like saying it now. That's the weird thing. It's like understanding a sequence of your past later on. And the knowing that either will come or has already happened. Okay. There's something about how the case for this is really quite tight, and it fits with the energy of, like, I won't be taking it out in and out a lot. It's like it's going in and it's like nicely shut. For like not using it for a long time. Oh, it has such an old feeling. I'm gonna put it in because I get that feeling here. Let's do like one last shuffle. What if this really is the last time I use it? Watch me like use it in pile 2 now, but no. Final shuffle. Oh, okay. These ones want to come out. 4 cards. Oh, backwards. Not reverse, just backwards. Back to front. That's just making me think of more how it's like it's the same card, it's just in a different angle. We have Embrace, Soul Time, Prosperity, and Solar Plexus Chakra. I feel like Solar Plexus Chakra has not been one of these cards to come out as much as I expect. And also, maybe just generally, I don't know. There's just something about how I love that this is the final card. It feels like it should be the most me card, just because I've had like a 0 solar plexus, and that has been something for me to grow, and that I now love. So it feels very special to me. I'm also noting that now, though, because it's not like I've really felt a love for my solar plexus or solar plexus energy in general before, or this card. But right now, it's like the first time I'm really seeing that I truly love it. I'm seeing that I have had a connection with this all that time. You picking up these messages? Okay, so we have Embrace. No, Emergence. Okay, Embrace could be significant. 25, Emergence. The frequency of emergence invites us to approach our reality with a childlike attitude of innocence and wonderment, and to watch and celebrate the beauty that unfolds from that space. From that place. Oh no, I misread it. Woohoo, good. Childlike sense of like playing. 40, Soul Time. Oh, I love the way my brain is seeing these cards. It's so much more detailedly. So much more galactically. Okay. The frequency of soul time asks us to allow the possibility of a new reality to emerge, one that embraces the concept that while the corporal while the corporal body is mortal, the soul is timeless, limitless, and infinite. Ah, both of those going together is beautiful. You know, the interesting thing now is the feeling of like, I feel that my love of this deck has got to its like fullest, or like I'm just really feeling the love of this deck now, based off like the love of it in the future. But it's like now that I've found that sense of completion with my love of it, that's when the void begins. That's when the gap. That's when I stop using it. But there's such a feeling of wholeness in my heart because of just my simple acknowledgement of the love I have for it. It's like there's no rush or there's no searching then. It's like I have that love. I don't need to be using it because I don't need to be trying to remind myself, waiting to get that epiphany of, oh yeah, I love this. It's like once I feel like I love it, then I don't need to be reminding myself. It can just be an experience that I constantly have the energy of within me. So prosperity, 36. Or 36 prosperity. Why did that second one feel more right? Not just because that's what's written. Maybe it is just because that's what's written. Maybe the thing that feels most right is that which is written. Maybe some of you relate that to written in the stars, or written in your soul, or written by your soul. I'm getting an image of like one lifetime where you were writing the books of all of the lives you were going to live. The Akashic Records is coming to mind now, but I love the Akashic Records. I just liked the more personal feeling the first example gave. And I don't like relating to the Akashic Records not feeling personal. But I don't know, there's something so personal coming through in this reading, like I said about earlier, not wanting to do the other paths because of a feeling like they wouldn't be personal, but bringing in more of the essence of that personal feeling with everything. Not needing to be outside of that feeling with any one thing. 36, prosperity. Itty could be significant, or ritty. The frequency, or like, I don't know, something like I want to keep saying that, but adding another letter on, like ritty, or erity, or perity, or sperity, or osperity, or rosperity, or prosperity. It's that feeling of completion, like once you've said the whole word, then you've said it. It's no longer like a progression, it's just a, okay, cool, tick that off the list. Oh, I so love the way the person that uses this deck in the future sees these cards. It's like I'm actually seeing it. Usually it's like my brain wasn't seeing these cards, but now I see them and I love it. It just changes everything. Perspective is everything. Perspective has got to be like my top 10. It's got to be. Okay. The frequency of prosperity supports our feeling of well-being by allowing the inclusion of everything that makes our body, mind, heart, soul, and spirit sing. There could be something about being able to multitask too, or say things while thinking other things. It invites us to express ourselves in joy and celebration of the abundance and riches that the universe provides. 3. Solar plexus chakra. The frequency of the solar plexus chakra, the yellow flower of life, supports our sense of self, our personal power, and our willpower, as well as our knowing of who we are and what our contribution is to the whole. Okay. I'm not actually gonna interpret those ones, I think. But maybe I will, because I'm gonna wait a moment. Putting... Hey, this dirt on this cover is reminding me of the dirt that I saw on that, or the scruggles of the feathers on the crow that flew by. Maybe something about it not being intentional, but being seen. Okay, full stop. End the reading there. Cool. I feel so loving this. Like, I want to I want to choose which card I end on, so that, like, say I do not open this for another, I don't know, 2 years or something, then I want to know what card I will, like, open it up onto. Shall we choose that? Let's choose that together. Oh, that kind of feels like Luna. I'm imagining this like a special outfit wearing for... I'm thinking more of like a kimono, or something wearing an outfit for like a special occasion. Yeah, so this is a feeling of like, I don't know, intentional things for special things. Intentional things for special things. That should be the name of a podcast, or the name of a playlist. Not a playlist, like a series. That's what I'm thinking of. I wonder if I'll ever do a series on my channel. A series of what? Oh, let's order them. Oh, okay. What time are we on? 1 hour 25. The camera is upright this time, so I can read the time without having to twist my brain to view it. Yesterday's video, I did it upside down, so the viewpoint was interesting. Let's put this away. And then after... Wait, I didn't even read it because I was so sidetracked on 125. Okay. I was sidetracked by the fact that... the thing I said. The video thing. I'm ordering them, in case I didn't say that. I feel like I half said it. Or maybe I said it, but some of you didn't get it. This is one of my favourite things to do. Just, like, not this in particular. I don't know if I've ever done this before. Maybe I've done it with a tarot deck, like, once. I don't... Oh, cool. Cool feeling. I don't know. This is a feeling of newness. This really is Venus in 6th house. I want to put this... Where do I want to put it? I don't know. Did I say I'm going to turn the heating off after doing this? I don't know if I did. But I will. Because I have my heating on. I also don't remember if I said that at the beginning of the reading. Maybe some more of you are going to leave, so bye-bye. Love you. Okay, question is, will root be on the top or will root be at the bottom? Has to be at the bottom, right? Root, sacral, solar plexus. Oh, tasty. Tasty. Yum. Oh, this is reminding me of something. I don't remember what. I think a particular game. But maybe like a game I haven't played for ages and ages. It's making me think of an old Mario Party, but before that it was making me think of like Numberjacks or something more from when I was... Not even so much me playing them, but maybe just my brother playing them. I don't know. That could be significant. Oh, I guess we can do this, can't we? 34, 33, 32. 34, 35, 36, 37. Okay, they can go in a cluster. Hee hee hee. This is so satisfying. That's 43. 26. 20. 21, 22, 23. 9. 4. 18. 42. Then 43, 44. I think 44 is the last card, the Universal Love card. So we currently have the beginning and the end. Now just to fill in the in-betweens. Is that 32, 31? Okay, I see more of the problem in me doing it this way. Wait, 19. 20. Oh, this is so a game of sorts. What is this? Oh, what is that? I feel like my mum played it, maybe. Okay. 24. Oh, 25, 26. 27. Oh, 7, 8, 9. 28, 29. What's the bottom of this? Okay, we need 30 still. 30. Wow. So satisfying. 16. What's the bottom of this now? 17. 14. 38. 12, 13, 14. I love this communication card. 39. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 44, 1, 2, 2, 43, 44. Cool. From root to universal love. From one core to the other. And now in the home. I think I want to look at each card first. Just briefly. Oh my goodness, I'm saying goodbye to them. I love them so much. I'm seeing them. I'm seeing them like never before. Why? Why now am I letting go? I love it so much. I'm just so grateful to be seeing it. The word matrix came for that. I feel like I could stare at this one for the longest soul time. Whew, cool. Pop that in. I got distracted then while I was putting in. I wasn't having gratitude for the moment. I was just thinking about other things. I was wondering, like, do I go for a walk now? I was thinking about eating a pear. Okay. Close him. Ding, ding, ding. Cool. Is it going to be closed forever, or was that literally just for this reading? That's what I'm most curious about. I think both. Ooh, love that. Okay, I'm gonna go turn my heating off. I'll be back. See you in the timestamps. Wee. stretch and touch my wall because I'm that tall. But actually, I have a fear of being fall. Maybe I'll see you in fall. Something about it's all. I can't have a ball. I ate a hazelnut. And it was oh, a bird. Oh, a little bit blue tit. It's so tiny. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, I ate a hazelnut and it was better than I was expecting, so I ate another. It was so, like, tasteful. The second one wasn't as tasteful, or I didn't notice it. And then I had a date with peanut butter. The good kind of peanut butter. Not the solid kind, but the one that you gotta mix, or you don't gotta, but you can. Where the oil floats to the top. The ones with like palm oil in always just, I don't know, they just kind of gross me out. Not enough to not eat them if that's the kind that I'll have, but what is this message? I'm not grossed out by peanut butters. Just that the best ones are the are the ones with just purely blended peanuts. I also brought up a pear that I'll eat later, but I like the feeling of like having a connection building with it until the time I eat it. So he'll be over there. Maybe the spirit, the energy of pear will be through the next piles. I feel like there's something else I have to do before I can begin. Maybe try and get the peanuts out of my back teeth. I have like my, is it molars? No, the wisdom teeth. I have my wisdom teeth, like there's a gap between them and my molars, and things get stuck in there. It's just because like I'm good at creating like a nest, so it's like food is just like, I don't want to be swallowed and digested yet. I want to stay in the mouth. Shall we light the next incense? No. Ooh, it's like stuck. Yeah, like it's stuck in my teeth, but in the most wonderful way. Is there something here so strongly about like forming a deeper connection with something before, I don't know, intake of some sort? The feeling I have now is that for earlier, I'll say, I was going to say for a brief moment earlier, but I'm changing it to earlier, I was more pressed for time feeling. feeling like I had to rush through. But now I don't feel that. There you go. And in that not feeling that, I feel more detached from the piles. Like, detached to the degree where I'm questioning now, do I do them? I know this is just your energy, but that is how I'm feeling in this energy. I'm feeling like I don't even really know if I want to do them. Starling. I feel like the stuff on the side was for pile 0. Bye bye, candle. I want the smoke of that to go out, or the smell of that. I don't want it in my vicinity. At least my direct vicinity. Why is that the word? Direct vicinity. That should be like anywhere though. Not like closeness. Why does directness equals closeness? I kind of like it now. Because the way I'm seeing it now is like shooting an arrow that's very direct to somewhere in particular but far away. And yet that is closeness because there's the focus on it, and that is the closeness. Kind of like that. Kind of don't. Maybe that's how you're feeling. Ooh. Let's put the water slightly more away. And the candle on the floor. Ready? That was a long pile 0. Cool. Welcome in, pile 2. What do you have for me, I wonder? I want to put your card and the egg, the most egg-like, I'm wanting to say. Yes, kind of true. The most egg-like. On the lower left. Something to cover. Shooting to cover? That's an interesting expression. Doesn't make sense. Are you feeling like something doesn't make sense, or is that my reaction to you? I feel like it's you. I'm going to say no, it's my reaction to you. Interesting. Okay, we have dry look. I'm thinking that was you questioning that. You questioning, okay, is something like my reaction to something or the something itself? And there's something about realizing a sense of detachment with something. That's what I'll begin with. I got so confused then. It was a little bit confused. I feel like there's a better energy than confusion to put there. But I think you're dealing with a particular situation and you're questioning certain experiences or parts of yourself and the way you're relating, and whether that be because of one thing or because of the other. Okay, we might do A and B here. We'll see if one wants to come out now that I mentioned that. On the right. 2 want to come out. Is this 3? I'm not going to do 3, I think. But do we want a second one now for this? There could be something that you're feeling is more balanced than it is. Or that is a part of the situation you're questioning, because I'm seeing how the egg is all over the bottom left, which feels like saying, hey, this is you. Ah! That came shooting out. Interesting. These 2 on the left feel very bothered. And the two on the right feel very at ease. I wonder if you're feeling very bothered by someone's at easeness. Noi is at the back. Okay. Get runes. You can relate this to an experience if you want, and you could also swap these rounds if you don't feel like it's being read in the right direction, but I'm going to continue saying that you are on the left. So we have Jera, and then we also have... Okay, for this one. We have Jera for you, and Uruz for them. I feel like I need to build a bigger spread before, like, judging. So I wonder if you have a certain judgment on, I'm gonna say them, before you've really seen the truth, or before you've allowed, like, the egg to hatch. It's like you're trying to judge based off the shell of the egg as opposed to what is inside. It's making me think of, oh, this is something I knew ages ago, and now I'm remembering that that's a thing and I don't know what it is anymore because of the new perspective on it, or because of who I am now. So this could be a sense of you judging someone based off who they were as opposed to who they are now. There's a feeling of, like, so the egg being in a certain basket, in a certain nest, and maybe judging what the egg, you think the egg would be based off the nest it's in, as opposed to the egg it is. I'm thinking of, I can't remember which birds it is anymore, but maybe magpies, that, like, place their eggs in the nests of others, or maybe it's switched around. Okay. I think there's a sense of, like, trust you're being asked into. I don't think it's quite the word trust. What is this? It's an openness of sorts, for sure. I think it's one you're quite resisting. Or slightly resisting. I'm wanting to say see what will come of this, or see who they are now. Shovel at the back and crested tit there. Use my numbers deck. I'm wanting to say you can use this deck however you want to. Trying to interpret that. We have 56 for them. Interesting, I was getting them first that time. And for you, we have 32. Back of the deck is 14. And also cutting to 29 and 12. Okay. Whoa! Maybe one is significant for them. Or maybe for some of you that's a confirmation. Okay, the cards that fell on the floor were 14 again. And 27. I'll leave that there for a moment, but the back of the deck now is 99, and that one came out, which adds to 100, which feels like a significant number. I'm wanting to say, why is 100 a significant number? There could be something like stating the obvious. Maybe pile 2 has stated the obvious in some way, and yet you've taken that as obvious, and yet maybe it actually wasn't obvious, or maybe there's more to it than that. I'm thinking of a shrill cry. Yeah, I still feel a sense of like, wait till you have the full picture. Interesting. Okay, so for you we have transition, and for them we have a dirt being scraped off. Interesting. Maybe it's like there was once dirt, but there no longer is. Maybe you knew them when they were in a heavier energy or in a dirtier time. Black kite. So this is a type of bird, but a specific one of the black kites. That's got plenty of room. I thought I was going to need to scrumple them up to fit. Interesting. Even though I have the bottom of the viewpoint here on the left for you, there might be a sense of like you wanting much leeway for yourself, but then not really fully giving that to them. It's like you had the full range, but I wasn't reading them based off that same full range. This could be interpreted like you see yourself as very multifaceted, or you don't base who you are based off things that you particularly say or do, but that is how you're basing them. Back of the deck is Fox, Nine-Tailed Crystalline Shapeshifter, which feels like this. It's like there's a shift going on, or there's a shift that has occurred and you're readjusting to that. I'm wanting to say it again. Who are they now? For a lot of you, they might have more depth to them than you saw before. Okay, for them we have Praying Mantid. There's something about how it's a feeling of like I should be wary, or I should not be trusting the cards coming out, but it's very easy to. It's very easy for me to just know where things go. Let's put this like this. Yeah, there's a lot of readjustment energy, and I think a lot of patience being called for. Look at that, like propping up. Quite the spectacle. Is that relevant here? Quite the spectacle. Oh, and now I cut the deck just to put the others in a different place, and we had 41. I guess I'll use this deck, because this deck has angels, and those numbers can relate to angels, I believe. Back of the deck now is Lynx. Yeah, there's an observing energy here. Seeing what comes through. I kind of just want to say seeing. Seeing full stop, not needing to add too much to that. Again, same energy here of not needing to add much. Not needing to like fill in the parts of the picture that you don't yet have. Maybe about who someone is or what they've gone through. wonder if they have a bit of a wandering mind, because when I got onto their part of getting the card, I was just looking up and out of my window. Whereas when I was getting your card, the hazel tree, I was very focused on what I was trying to get. There's a lot of like dilly-dallying energy here. Interesting that this is now covering the head. I'm just getting a similar message with that again of like, just because you don't see that they have a head doesn't mean that they don't. Just means that they haven't showed that yet. Oh, and both, the heads are covering in both, and actually I was being drawn to a sort of headache feeling, but I thought that was from you. Yes, full stop. I wonder if this does make your head hurt a bit for a lot of you. And interesting, we have the head cover on your card. Maybe something about how, yeah, I don't know, just Saitama's head is very like apparent. Also looks like an egg. Boo, 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 boo. Okay. It's such like a slow energy. I feel like not up to speed, which sounds like that phrase. What is that? Up to, like if you've caught up on the news or not. Like, are you up to, is it called up to speed? I feel like it's not. Maybe it is. I think that's what you're experiencing. Like, I don't think it is, but then you're going to, oh, maybe it is. Or not is, but maybe, or instead of it, maybe you want to apply that to them. I'm wanting to say, what type of compassion are you wanting for yourself? And thus seeing how the way you're maybe viewing them is from the same way that you are viewing yourself, and allowing them to just reflect one another and bring yourself and them, thus them, but that doesn't feel like the focus, but bringing yourself into more of a state of compassion and grace. The things that you're maybe judging about them, seeing how you're judging that about yourself. And the same thing with where you feel like maybe you want to project like restrictions, or you don't want them to have certain things. Maybe viewing that back onto, why do you feel that way? And do you feel that about your own self? Do you feel like there's a part of you or someone else in your life that is putting those restrictions on you? I want a combining card. Okay, here we go. I feel like it wanted to come in reverse. You might have shared a home with this person at one point. And maybe that is no longer present, and that is causing, or maybe you do share a home with this person and there's conflict within it. There's a sense of like things no longer being the way they once were, and having once shared more of a camaraderie and now feeling more of a distance. I guess I'll get a combination card from here too. Maybe it's another one of my decks. I feel like I'm missing one. Are you experiencing something like that? You feel like you're missing one? Are you missing them? If this is the card I was thinking of. Because this is a card resonance with the same, of desiring to be the same, but seeing differences and feeling triggered by those differences and wanting to bridge the gap. So we can see that in the same sense of, if you feel like you are judging yourself, you're wanting to bridge the gap of connectivity with others through judging them in the same way. so that you can feel like you're the same as them, so you can feel that sense of connectivity. Yeah, this feels like a reading of like encouraging yourself to see how you are viewing others, perhaps possibly in particular circumstances, like specific others. I think this will be someone in particular for most of you, but it doesn't have to be. It could even be a collective, or an idea, or a different expression of self even. But I think this is going to be someone in particular for most of you, like we said about that sharing a home with. Yeah, it's an encouragement of seeing how you do view them and allowing that to show you the places in which you yourself feel less than, or you yourself feel rejected, and allowing yourself to bring more love and peace into the presence, into what you're experiencing, into yourself through the experiences that you're experiencing. Perhaps, possibly, that feel in opposition to them. I'm wondering, do I keep this out? I think I'm gonna put it outside. I'll keep it up here. And then I think I'll get some body cards for you. You might have been in more of like a rushed energy. I think that could be why I feel so particular about being so slow. And I was also continually thinking that a lot of people would be triggered by how slow I am in this reading. And I think that's possibly the energy they're in too. It's very like smooth and not really bothered. And maybe you're trying to get them to be bothered, or you want to see them bothered. And there's a love that wants to come through for you in those feelings you're having, because that's a feeling of you want them to be bothered because you feel bothered. So this is bringing more awareness to your own feelings and allowing that to be seen and felt. What part of you wants to be seen more? What part of you, I heard, feels ashamed? So maybe shame is a part of this for you. I want to say again, what do you wish on them? Some of you, what do you wish on me? If you've been triggered in this reading by the way I'm reading. But I think most of you, it will just be helpful to think about them. What do you wish they would be like? Or what do you wish upon them? And seeing where that feeling is coming from. I think for a lot of you, this has to do with a separation, and perhaps them being at peace with that separation. I think this isn't true for everyone, but I'm going to give this example because I think it helps express the energy. A feeling of them being at peace in the separation, and you wanting them to not be at peace because you don't feel at peace, and you feel like them not being at peace would reflect to you that you are okay. I think that they might trigger feelings of abandonment in you, feelings like you're not enough, feelings like you weren't making them happy. And you're wanting to change the narrative, but I think it's of wanting to change the narrative from a space of feeling alone, maybe feeling I want to say it again, feeling abandoned, feeling rejected, feeling like you're out in the cold, like you don't have the love that you want. Okay, I will get body cards now. They might be on the defense surrounding you. Or hard to catch. I feel like there's more to do with their own sense of like transforming, or the way they are connected to higher understandings, or their own mind could be very strong here. Praying Mantis makes me think strongly of like high intelligence, and Psyche makes me think of he's a character who's telepathic and has like psychic powers or certain cool powers. And Saitama is he's one punch man. He's very, very strong. Yeah, and the cards you got, this vampire is like the weakest in his family, and Oboro is like still a part of a certain group, but he was the one that was like basically left out, or he was, yeah, in some sense not included. So this is a reading of allowing yourself to see where this was first introduced to you, a feeling like you weren't fully held. That didn't fully click it into place. I feel like there's a feeling of you feeling like you fell short, or that you weren't enough in some degree, because thumb is making me think of like the shortest finger, and then they had height, which feels like very tall. Back of the deck we have wrist. It's making me think of your Jera card. You may go in cycles with this. Like this might be something that pops up for you, but then it's like you let go maybe, and then you fall back into not having let go. And it's a call to seeing how it's not so much about them, but about, I mean, it is just as much about them as it is about the energy they represent. And seeing how it's reflecting to you the way you were treated in early life. Maybe some of you would find it helpful to seeing past lives of yours that reflect this sense of being abandoned too. The sense of being told, whether that be directly or indirectly, that you weren't enough, that you needed to be more or different than what you are. The truth is that you in your entirety are of love, and them being happy without you doesn't make you any less lovable, any less, full stop. I want to bring a new perspective in, because I know that not everyone's situation is that directly, but I think for those of you that it's not that directly, you can still apply that energy. I don't think it would be too difficult, which is interesting. That I'm saying that. I don't think it would be too difficult. What's that? There could have been a presumption you had that things would be easier than they have been. Like you didn't think it would be too difficult. Perhaps you thought that you were closer with them than you were. Like you thought it would be easier with them. Or you didn't expect your relationship with them or just seeing them to be so difficult. Like you were maybe surprised by your emotional reaction. Apply that as it fits. Maybe some of you knew. Okay. I'm holding my labradorite out now, which is a crystal that helps with emotional processing. That's bringing me back to your egg crystal. Oh, that is making me think of, like, it's fossilized. Two things. One, it's like something that is set in stone, and I think more so this is just talking about a long history. In two ways. Maybe you've had a long history with them, but I think more so it's talking about the energy of like looking at your own history. For the few of you that didn't have a particular situation in mind for all of this, maybe this is just helping you, like a prompt of thinking of that which does trigger you, and allowing that to help you to process unresolved dissonance, unresolved traumas that you have. Helping you to see perhaps family lines more clearly. I think this would have to do a lot with family, and not necessarily that they are family, but that they could be, but I don't think that's the point. The point is more drawing you to your own ancestral line, to where you picked up these feelings of inadequacy. And I want to note again, and bringing awareness to how that was instilled within you, because that awareness just shows you that it was like a series of events, and thus it's not like the truth. It's not that you are these ways, but it's what you were told that you were. And so there's a sense of leaning into that for safety. There's something to be said about the tone of voice my voice made then. Safety. Yeah, it's a feeling of like me being in an energy of trying to convince you that you are enough, that you are okay, that you are lovable, that I love you, that you can choose to love yourself, you can choose to be in a state of contentment. But I think that energy is coming from you, of feeling like you have to convince yourself of something. I want more direction with this reading, but I'm not sure what lane to take. I wonder if that's what you're experiencing. Like, you realize these energies and you see what's going on, but you're not really sure what to do about it. I'm gonna get a character card for help in traversing this. Okay, I think that is the message. Like asking for help when you want help. Allowing yourself to want direction. Maybe some of you feel like you need to be something that you're not, like you need to be more complete, or you need to feel okay. Like maybe some of you had felt a resistance and a wanting for them to be less happy than they are, and you had resistance to that. You had that feeling because you felt like you needed to be more like loving or more whole, more okay than you were. And regardless of if that's true or not, there's a feeling here of bringing in extra comfort and okayness to all stages of the journey, all stages of perspective, all stages or all forms, all ways of life, of your own relation to other energies, which is just to say all of you is okay, and it's okay to realize that you are something, or you see something in a way that you don't want to continue to see or to continue to be. It's okay to have the perspective that you do. It's okay to have the feelings that you do, and allowing them to guide you to the feelings that you want to sink more deeply into. If you want to be having more compassion for others, then seeing how you can have more compassion for yourself, or the opposite way around. Again, I'm in a bit of like a trying to convince you energy. How do I interpret that? Other than by saying, are you in a bit of a trying to convince energy? Who are you trying to convince? Yeah, I feel like a lot of you don't want to admit that you're feeling triggered, or feeling hurt, or feeling like you don't want them to be the way they are. I'm wanting to say it's okay for you to want the worst for people. Allowing yourself to simply see what you do feel is what allows you to then bring acceptance to that self. That didn't... I feel like... What is this energy? It's still an energy of like trying to convince. I want to say it again. Who are you trying to convince? For a lot of you, who are you trying to convince that you're okay when you're not okay? It's okay to not be okay. You can't truly be okay if you're not accepting the times when you're not feeling okay. The double bluffing kind of thing. Acknowledge the feelings that you do have. Acknowledge the desires that you do have. Allow yourself to see them. Allow them to be the first steps of acceptance. Whether that be a desire to accept them, or a desire to accept yourself. Or maybe you don't see it as acceptance for either. But I feel like there is a desire for more peace, or more okayness. But again, that comes when you first admit to that which doesn't feel okay to you. I feel called to mention some of you, now that you've got to this point, might want to go back to the start of the reading. If that hits for you. Okay. I'm gonna end your reading there. Okay, yeah, cool. I'll see you if I find another. I shall see you. I'll see you sometime. In the clouds. Or in my mind. In your mind? I will see you in your mind. The mind of love. What time are we on now? 2 hours 20:33. I got taken to, what's that game? Not Rust. Maybe Rust is a significant game for you, or maybe just that word, Rust. or the thing, rust, in the other sense. Rusty. Rusty crusty. 7 Days to Die. Haven't played that for ages. That was a good game. That was a very good game. And it's like I stopped, maybe there's something in this for you, probably. I stopped playing that game, I feel like, when I had only just recently got into like what I had been wanting to get to for so long. Like did I have a car? I know I at least had a motorbike. I feel like I had a car. Why do I not? Wait, did I have a car? I think I had a car and I had a garage that I created. That I put my car in. And it was... Or maybe I was making a garage. Oh, maybe there's something about like the roof caving in. I feel like I was making an underground garage and then the roof fell in. Oh, there's something about that here. It's a feeling of like you could fall into despair, but instead you just let go. And I think it's actually a feeling that you might have, I think you're avoiding your own despair. Because this is a feeling of like, not necessarily that this is what happened, but what I'm being shown happened is that I just resisted, or I like chose not to feel despair, even though that's what I felt. Like I had been digging this big hole for ages. And then I finally did it and it just, the roof caved in. And I think I just decided, like, it's like I shut off from my heart and I just went completely into my head and just decided to keep going and build a structure around it so that I would be able to make it have a roof, and I hadn't given up on it. I just continued to emotionlessly work to build it more properly. And I think that, you know what, I want to get a card for a bit of direction with that, because I'm in a lighter energy now, and I don't know if that's like part of I feel like that's what you experienced. It's not necessarily the guidance. Let's get a bird card for guidance. We have the coot. Ooh, cold tipped. I'm wanting to say, what difficult part of yourself are you ready to accept? What's this bird? A chaffinch. And Starling is back at the back of the deck. Okay. I think that you have built a lot of emotional resilience. Maybe you've been through a lot and you feel like you've almost been like roughed up or needed to create a hard shell. And I feel like you're being invited into like an acknowledgement of your own pain, an acknowledgement of where you feel like a misfit or a black sheep, or like you've been sidelined or you've been cast out in some way, and seeing the parts of you that you feel like aren't acceptable or that were rejected. That feels like why I said go to the start again, because I think at the start I had said something more specific. I had it and now it's gone again. I think that is inviting those of you that still feel that call to go back. It had to do with like judging based off certain things and not seeing the full picture. There could be like this has to do with, again, like I think you're projecting your own insecurities onto like experiences surrounding them. Maybe you're thinking that again, I think this example helps to explain it, but I'm not saying that this is everyone's situation. If they have left you, then you may be projecting onto them why they left you, but not doing so with the full picture, or not allowing for the full truth to be heard or to be accepted. I think that you might have decided yourself what the truth is without actually knowing that, or it's kind of from a sense of that's comfortable for you because that doesn't maybe feel like you have as much responsibility. It's a feeling of a bit like defeatism feeling, or like victim of feeling like your safety comes from how do I see this? Please help me see this. Is that to do with this? Yeah, that feels like that. Maybe you've been avoiding, and I said that to do with like asking for help. Maybe you haven't asked them about their opinion or their approach. I don't know how this will relate to those of you that this isn't someone that you're talking with or that you could ask. I'll just keep saying it. So some of you might also have a question of like, can I just ask? But yeah, you might have been avoiding that. Yeah, I like half said that. There's just something along the lines of, if you haven't got clarity surrounding their part, then why? And has it been have you felt a resistance to seeing the truth? Some of you have also tried to understand more, and there has been communication. I want to say, if you haven't communicated as much as, like, if you haven't got as much information from them, you haven't asked for more clarity, then this is like a call or a message of why. Is there a reason that you feel like you're not allowed to, or you feel a fear surrounding that? What was the other thing? I just keep being drawn back into how I think you might be misreading. It's not even saying that what you're saying. Okay, I guess it is. I think that you might be thinking that they have rejected a certain part of you, but really that's just because you're in that feeling of rejection from parents rejecting that part of you, and you haven't processed that. Maybe that got reflected into multiple others rejecting that part of you too, and then you've kind of created the idea that this person must have done the same. That must be why, that certain part of you must be why they have rejected you. But this feels like a message of, is that really true? I want to bring in the message again of, should this resonate, ask for help. I can see how that doesn't apply for everyone. But I think it does. I think it's the energy. This doesn't have to be help from them. It could just be help in other areas, or from other people too. Maybe some of you would even relate that to yourself. Allowing yourself to help yourself. Maybe some of you feel like it's safer for you to like believe that you're somehow like doomed because of a certain part of yourself. So it's allowing yourself to help yourself by seeing the love in that aspect of yourself, seeing the possibility of that part of you being okay. Not having outside experiences reflect to you a feeling of you not being enough, but allowing those experiences to show you that you have those feelings. Okay, I'm gonna leave your reading there. Past me will see you again if you go to the start, or future me will see you in another zone of space, if not. Let's put your fake crystal away. I suddenly want to eat an orange and need the toilet, so bye-bye for those of you going to pile 2 also. Or for all of you. I washed my face too, maybe that's significant for those of you who... And now I shall dry it with a towel. Maybe the ocean would help you process this too. Or the ocean has specific messages for you. Or some of you, you know, the pick a card readings that do like messages from ... maybe messages from the ocean. Or Yemoja, that she's coming to mind. Or other oceanic watery creatures or collectives. Okay. Welcome in, pile 2. I feel like I'm going to enjoy this one. You have the Shiva Lingam. Maybe something created over a long time is coming to mind. Something very sacred feeling. Also, I've just already in your pile cleared a couple things. So maybe you've just cleared something or you're in the process of, but there's a strong sense of renewal, or not quite renewal, maybe that, but I don't know, the word doesn't fully fit here. What word do I want to use? There's a joy or a lightness. I'm going to open my window for you. That fits. And I like that I didn't do it before. It's in the reading that I'm opening it because it also fits the same message of clearing during the reading. Is there even more to come off? Yeah, there is. Okay. I'm gonna do like a full... Oh, and I just washed my face too. Yeah, there's a lot about clearing for you and that bringing in so much lightness. Oh, is that actually over the water? I feel like I used to see that as sand. Maybe it is sand, but right now I'm seeing it as water. So water could be significant for you. It might help with this cleanse, or maybe that's just to do with this. Boom, 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 boom. What are you shedding? Okay, we'll get what are you shedding? Circle. Okay. It's a big thing that you're shedding. It's like a whole way of life. I kind of see this as like the this universe card. I have another universe card in here, and that's like the this one. I think you're letting go of an entire way of looking at life. Okay, what are you... I want another one of what are you shedding? Green nymph. Perhaps a sense of being ever healing, or an overgiving, or having... It's interesting because this is making me think of watery energy, and yet we were talking about the water being like a refresh for you. It was more of, I was getting into like, oh, and even Shiva Lingam, I think it gets created in a certain river and it like rolls at the bottom of the river or something. That's what I'm thinking of, at least. And it's like you have so much water within you, but that's something that you're releasing. It's a certain perspective. It's a certain perspective of that. Okay, before I get into what you're moving into, I want to get more cards on what you're letting go of. Circle and green nymph. I like your energy a lot. I feel like I would begin in a more like excited, or in this a little bit riled up energy. And then I feel like in later parts of the reading, I would be able to really settle down into your energy. I feel like that was relevant to say. I'm seeing strong colours for you. Maybe you love to wear strong colours, or... I feel like you're a bright one, a bright individual. And I feel like you're letting go of the need to be the same as others. And that feels like that sense of like unicorn energy of being your own light, being your own special individual. I feel like you're letting go of the need to be right, the need to do right, the need to be loving, perhaps, or be loving in one way that you used to see. Like you're shifting your idea of what is loving, I think. I think how you're relating with yourself is changing a lot, and that's changing or in unison with how you're relating with your entire life. It feels, I want to say again, it feels big. Maybe some of you this is to do with relating with a particular connection, but I think if it is that, it's not really about the particular connection. It's more about your own perspective of your entire life changing. And we have Tinkerbell at the back of the deck, which I'm hearing... This is my old dog Tinkerbell, but I'm thinking about Tinkerbell the fairy. It just fits here with like sparkly energy. You have such a... I want a card of this to represent an energy I'm wanting to express of how I see you. Or the aspect of you that's being highlighted to me in this reading. That's what I want to say. It could be something that you find difficult. I feel like that would be a part of you that I love. I don't know why that is or what that's talking about, but I'm really noting how it's taking me a few tries to shuffle. And there's a feeling of it shuffling so well once I allowed myself to have gratitude for that, for the difficulty. For example, I'll give the example. My own speech can sometimes be very like slurred or jobbly, but that might be the very thing that certain people love about me. There's a like a new perspective you're taking on parts of yourself that you once didn't like, I think, or once felt like a hindrance. Okay, so what are you like? I like that it came out sideways. Yeah, the back of the deck is the eye. It's like, what are you seeing? How are you seeing? How are you seen? Yeah, I think this reading will have a lot to do with who are you? How do I, in this moment, see you? What perspective of who you are wants to come through? Okay, fun. Let's get a character card for you two. Let's put that up there. Oh, let's get first let's do a number card. And then we'll do a character card. Because I love this energy being here, but I don't have words for it yet. Maybe that's significant. It's like, there might be loads of beings who love you, but don't know how to explain their love for you. Maybe that's your own perspective too. Or maybe that's when you're being invited into, not needing to explain or find certain parts of yourself to love, or reasons why you love yourself, but just seeing your energy more as a whole and finding love in just the feeling. Seeing that you're not amazing for any one part of yourself, but for the like collaboration, the go. There's another word that that sounds like that. What is that? I don't know, the combining of all of you. Maybe you do have certain parts of yourself that you love, and maybe you've before seen them more separate, and now there's like an adjustment to how they flow so well to create the piece that is you. Like seeing maybe things that you do as more expressions of who you are. Like for example, say you love music, or say you love to cook. It's seeing those activities more as like an extension of yourself, seeing maybe things that you love outside of yourself, and being like drawn to the other perspective of how your love of that is itself so precious. Like what do you find precious? What do you love outside of yourself? And seeing the tether between you and that being a reflection of that very beauty within you. I don't want to say it in that way, but you could say it in that way, but I have a particular energy I'm trying to express, and it's a bit more like skewed than the things that you love are the same as you. It's more elaborate than that, which feels like what I was saying before, is like instead of just seeing particular parts of yourself that you love, it's more complicated than that. There's more to it than that. That scared me. What is that? Yeah, I think there's parts of yourself that maybe you're afraid of. You're afraid of loving those parts, perhaps, in fear that they're flawed. But it's like finding what part of that, what place within you that comes from, and having so much love for that. Maybe some of you, it would be helpful to see that those parts of you in child you, or in a baby, and being like, you know what, that's so precious, that's so natural. Yeah, maybe that would help for a lot of you, seeing yourself as so natural. Ooh, cool, we have 11 and 12. So 74, 11 and 12. Is that in shot? I feel like that's not going to be in shot. It's not, but that's okay. I like that for your reading. And we have 28 at the back of the deck. Actually, I like that. I'm going to keep that out. Yeah, it's like a feeling of I'm doing different things with you. yeah, something about being different but liking the differences. Maybe perhaps you've been in a place of wanting to only like the parts of yourself that fit in with that which you see outside of yourself being very prevalent. And maybe you're falling more in love with the parts of you that are harder to see outside of yourself, or that aren't in those surrounding you. I'm being drawn to another example of like someone who is clumsy, and perhaps a feeling they had in childhood, or they had just had at some point, was of that being a burden, or of that being like a flaw, but then wondering, okay, well, why am I actually clumsy? And then finding the love of that part of themselves. Like seeing perhaps a more lightness of them. Like, say, for example, the clumsiness, maybe it comes from like a daydreaminess that they have. And so it's falling in love with that part, seeing that all parts of you are just showing you different like reasons why you are the way you are, and that there's always a way to finding gratitude for those ways. But I don't like doing it so logically in this reading, because I feel like this energy, I don't know how to explain it yet. It's just so like playful, lively, childlike. It's so light. It's so like heart, but high heart, or vibrant, colourful, like ecstatic, but not, yes, ecstatic maybe a little, but maybe more like clouds than like the sparkly intensity of ecstaticness. I feel both here. Okay, cool. Yeah, maybe some parts of yourself you've been feeling like it has to be one or the other, but actually it's both. Okay, who is pile number 2? Ah, I love it, the blank card. Gotta love the blank card. Gotta love a blank person. You're not to be interpreted. Or, actually I'm seeing that in a new way. This time, Renchan at the back. Renchon, I mean. I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, I'm just seeing this in a new way of like, not that you, maybe some of you really resonate with like blankness of like a nothingness of like purity, or of like infinity being connected to going in any direction, being very changeable maybe, but I'm more seeing this as like, you fill this in. Like, it's not a character that I have in my deck that you would really resonate with, but if you wanted to draw who you were, what would you draw? Maybe some of you want to start off with the idea of like, what would your favorite, like maybe what is your favorite part of yourself? Like, it doesn't need to be drawing all of you, but what is one aspect of you that you really love? This feels like a encouraging self-love pile. Or maybe just thinking of your personal favorite characters and just feeling that connection with them. Just allowing yourself to have gratitude for those that you love, whether they be fictional or like no matter what dimension of reality they exist in. Having a gratitude for your own connection, your own awareness of beings that you love. I'm also being really drawn to trees. Like, I'm just imagining some of you, like your favorite like character or being is a certain tree, so that could apply. So let's use the tree deck. And then we have, okay, Celti, that's her name. There could be something significant about that. maybe to do with your memory. Maybe you have like a way of memory, a way of remembering that you... Okay, I'm feeling like for a lot of you, you might not like the way that you remember things, like your memory. And that might be one of the things you want to question. Why are you the way you are? Why do you remember things or don't remember things the way you do? And bringing a love to that. I'll give an example of my own brain, which feels like my own lack of like attachment to certain things allows me to, for example, bad memory. Like a lack of attachment can come from a space of mutability, which allows for new thoughts to be had. It allows for new perspectives of the same thing. Like instead of remembering the meaning of a particular word and that always being there, each time going back to that word and being like, oh, what do I think of this word now? What do I think this means now? I don't remember what I used to think, but what do I think now? So that's just another example of how we can find a perspective of love and appreciation for all ways of being. Draco. Okay, yeah, I'll I'll try for these. I just didn't say anything about Celti, only about me remembering her name. I'm being really drawn to her figure. So maybe some of you, your figure could be that point for you to find your own love of your body. I'm being drawn to her headlessness again. So maybe for a lot of you it is to do with your mind or your way of thinking. Some of you, your hot-headedness. Love a good hot-headedness. I like also that your reading feels like it is really going step by step. Maybe you're someone who doesn't like jump the gun and takes things quite slowly or just progressively. Like maybe you're quite orderly. Maybe you're a Enneagram number 1. You do things in steps. Maybe you're good at making sense of things. Okay, so we have flower ram, horse chestnut tree, sweet chestnut tree. Oh, I love that those go together. There's such a different energy. We have cherry laurel, birch tree, alder tree. I don't know if that's pronounced more like alder. I was thinking it was more like alder, but in this moment now it's like, wait. Ah, I love that you're getting loads of these cards. Bring them through. Hey, unicorns. I said unicorns. I forgot. Lemuria. That so fits this energy too. I think you're very creative. I think that there's a certain lightness that you have, or like your perspective. And we have Earth. I'm wanting to say your perspective of Earth. It's very particular. It's only unique. It's only yours. It's unique to you. I think that those are all sloped. I think that you're being like invited into an energy of loving your perspective of Earth. It doesn't have to be of Earth, but this is the example I'm going to be giving. Some of you, that is more speaking to a very close connection you feel with her, and others of you it's feeling so distant, or feeling like you're not at home on Earth, and that is a perspective that you can love. I feel like there's so much, I want to bring it back to creativity somehow, because that feels so apparent in your energy, but it's not like a yellow kind of, maybe it is a bit, but it's, I want to say it's not a yellow kind of creativity. What is the color I'm seeing? It's a rainbow. Maybe you really resonate with rainbow energy. Ah, I adore this. Okay, let's put more words to this. Maybe you also don't put words to things, or maybe your way of like alliterating. I was trying to say more like litterating without the like alliterating. Okay, maybe you like to alliterate. Oh, I love that for some of you. Ah, alliterations are the best. Oh, do we have any of those here? Ancient Egypt, blue. No, we don't. I don't think. What was I saying? Oh yeah, maybe some of your ways of creating feel more juvenile or more light-hearted. I wonder if you feel like it's better to be perceived in a darker way or in a more intense way, because this energy is so much lighter than that. It's so much simpler. I feel like there's a certain allure that you have that comes from like underachieving is what came to mind, but I meant like, yeah, maybe some of your perspectives have been like, it came from feeling like in essence of like laziness or it being bad that you want to be relaxed or that you don't have lots of goals. This might not be applicable for all of you, but there's a feeling of like you really going with the flow, and that your natural way of being doesn't need to be complicated to be complicated. It's like there's complexity in the simplicity with you, I think, or there's a draw to your natural way of being, which I think is somewhat it's a certain type of mystical, it's a certain type of magical, a certain type of writing, I want to say, or a certain type of creativity. You're a certain type. With horse chestnut and sweet chestnut, I'm wanting to say like protect your own soft side. I really love the 11 then 12, but I don't know what to say about it. I feel like noting how Celty, it's like beneath the clothes, I feel like she's far more whimsical, far more, I had distracted, far more like light or unimposing, but the clothes she wears are very like magnetic, dark, and like fearsome or like bold, much stronger energy. And I'm now noting the like black tips of this bird, but the majority of it, the like inside of it, is all cleaner, lighter. I wanting to pose the question, if you didn't have to try, then who would you be, or what would you create? Or how would you live? I think you're discovering your favorite in some sense, and letting go of being swayed by other people's perspectives of you. allowing yourself to form your own perspective on you. The perspective that you had before you were told it was wrong. The perspective that you had like before meeting any sort of expectations. If you lived out in the wild and no one had ever touched you, then who would you be? How would you play? What would your perspective be? How would you view life? What does your inner child want to bring to life? What perspective is so natural for you? What feels thrilling and light-hearted and exciting? Or whatever words that you want to insert in. What are your values? I love excitement, but not everyone wants excitement. Some people want more peace. So whatever your value is, what do I want to say for that? Like, where does that come from? What is the center of that value? I don't mean like analyzing that part, like analyzing that. I mean just dropping into that feeling and seeing like how that rests within you, where that rests within you, how your eyes look from that energy, from that space. I think there's so much about progression for you. Like doing things one step at a time, not getting like ahead of yourself. Maybe you have been handed a lot in earlier life, and maybe you have, or in just life in general, and you felt like you needed to like be kind of everywhere at once. Or for example, if you wanted to write a book, maybe you felt in the past like you needed to have the end or have all of it like figured out before beginning. Maybe you were taught that you needed to create like a skeleton of the story, and maybe your way of doing things is more step by step, like actually just beginning like once upon a time, beginning at the start and then allowing yourself to see how it unfolds. Maybe the same with like art, like painting a painting, for example. Maybe you felt like you needed to know what you were painting, but maybe your way is more beginning without knowing and discovering what you are painting as you go. I'm trying to think of how that might apply if that doesn't feel directly applied to you, but I think this has to do with your creativity. And you could view that also perhaps like traveling. If you know you want to travel but you don't know where to, it's like, where do you feel like beginning? And not needing to know where you're going, but just walking the path, or just like driving the drive and seeing at each turning where you want to turn. There's an openness to discovering who you are as opposed to knowing who you are already here. And being like invited into the energy of like, oh, I wonder what I'll find. Like, who will I find myself to be? Maybe you like that approach for every day. Like, oh, when I wake up today, I wonder what part of myself I will discover. Or I wonder who I will be today. Others of you, it's less changeable like that, and it's more just a more elongated discovery process of finding more and more of who you are, or finding more and more things to love about yourself. Because I really feel like this is all drawing back to your own close connection with yourself. and a sort of claim on that, like claiming that it is your right to that realm, to that own special light connection with yourself. I'm seeing this like this flower realm isn't just like an open flower realm. It's got cherry laurel, these trees in like a bush all around it. It's like the flowers get to bud in like a really special realm circle, and the cherry laurel is all around it, protecting it, but also creating it, and making like a special den feeling, like crawling through the trees to then get to the lightness, the safety, or the delicate, I don't know what word to call that. It's quite magical feeling, but not really dark magical, but very, I want to use that word again, safe magical. And it's like once you're in the realm, then seeing what can be birthed from that. Something about seeds could be really significant here. Maybe some of you love seeds. That's such a cool message. I seed. I seed it. Maybe some of you have had particular connections to seeds and you didn't really know, or you didn't realize how much you loved seeds. Right now in this moment, I'm literally like, wow, seeds are the coolest. I love seeds. And seeing all the different types of seeds and the different energies they have. It's reminding me of how earlier today I wanted to create an egg, like bird eggs deck. But like not with my own drawings, but I want like this deck that I have created with these birds. These are from a book, these images, and just cut out and onto the card. And I was thinking I could find a bird eggs like identification book and do a similar thing. How is that here? I feel like that might be a standalone message for those of you that was synchronistic for. Okay, I'm being drawn into saying older tree, like there's a particular past life of mine, or several of my past lives, that was my favorite tree. And we have the Earth card here, which just makes me think of like on Earth as a human, yeah, particularly human lives. I'm thinking older was my favorite tree, and I've only just discovered that, and it's such a cool feeling. And it's interesting because it's like, that's not, or at least I'm not sure anymore. I'm not sure what my favorite tree is and what my favorite tree is anymore, because it used to be beech tree for a long time. I still love beech tree, but like discovering alder is just like so magical feeling. But this is more of like a witchy vibes, like a more potent magic. I wonder if a lot of you resonate with like playing on the earth, playing with nature. Plants could be things that you really love. I want to read something about the Lemuria and ancient Egypt. I feel like there's something about realms and like creating like a realm of your own and being a, like being your own favorite place, or creating your own favorite place. And I feel like the cherry laurel being the center, it's like there's something significant about it having boundaries, or like having, I'm thinking of Bridge to Terabithia too. It's like the entry point is significant. The doorway is so special. That's a synchronicity for some of you. That's really cool. And that just sparked I don't know if that was me. I think that was someone else. Maybe that just sparked a story idea for someone. Or reflected a story idea they already have or have had. Okay, back to Lemuria and ancient Egypt. I feel like that was it. That was the main thing from them. It's like those energies standalone feel relevant, but the part I'm wanting to express is more the collaborated energy, which felt like that message from the start of like seeing yourself as more, or seeing yourself from above more as opposed to specific parts of you. Maybe it would be really healing for you to like create that realm which feels so like just your own, or I mean not just your own, but like it's a whole realm. It's got everyone there that is a part of that realm. But maybe you have certain influences in your life that feel jarring or feel threatening in some way, and this realm doesn't include them, and then there could be a healing feeling of then bringing in the parts of you, bringing all of you into that realm that is so like unconditionally loving, and feeling as though maybe the parts of you that don't always feel okay, possibly because of certain influences in your life in this realm, do feel okay. Creating an expression of self that feels so true to you. Okay, pile number 2. That is where I'm going to end your reading. I love you very much. Oh, there's more about the Shivalingam crystal. Some of you might want to look that up, but I'm not going to get into that more here. Ding. Oh, okay. But there is something to be said about how I feel like your natural energy, or the energy you're in, it does have so much more of like maybe a womb feeling, or not quite womb. I don't know, it's just darker than I've been reading all of this to be. And I think there is, for those of you here, like a reflection to you that doesn't mean that part isn't you too. But this is just one aspect of you that's being highlighted here. Yeah, okay, that's where I end your reading. I love you very much. Bye bye. See you in that realm of yours if you ever invite me. I love this feeling. Look, you're invited into this realm of mine. My Weaver of Worlds realm. I love this feeling. Okay, I have to do a drawing in this energy. Drawing time! I feel like it won't be for long though. Pink in pink. You see yesterday's reading indents. Ooh. I remember when people in school used to like bring their books. That's such a weird feeling. I haven't thought about that. Like the feeling of those books. It's like making me step back and be like, wait, what? We use books? Why is that a feeling here? Are some of you from a future where there definitely aren't books, and maybe even schools, or just there aren't books in schools? Yeah, I was just being reminded of how people would like write with their books like so sideways instead of like upright. And I feel like I got into it later slightly, but only like a little move, never like massively. Probably. Okay, that's actually the only thing I want to draw. Interesting. Ah, so delicate. It's not delicate. What is the feeling though? I wish I knew more words. I wish. Wishes feel like they fit this energy, but in like the old way that I would have viewed that word. Wishing wells could be significant, or wishing well. I'm hearing wellis. I don't know what that is, but that's for someone. Ah, the clouds look so beautiful outside. Ah, life. The sky is so blue, the clouds are so white and grey. The hills are so green, the trees are so full of leaves. The grass is so fertilized and stinky. But actually it's not stinky, I'm not smelling it. Okay, now that I think about it, I like slightly smell it. I wonder if I like went really far away and then came back, then I'd be able to smell it more. Maybe I've just adjusted to it. I don't think so. I want to bring in my desert rose for a moment. Ocelots. They could be significant. Okay. That's what that was for. Cool. Well, partly. I only saw some of it. Also, that just brought me to ancient Egypt then, which I said that I hadn't said all about. Maybe ancient Egypt and Lemuria are particular energies, collectives of experiences that you want to tap more into. Oh, I bet loads of you are such artists that I would love to see the creations of. I'm just seeing this in such like beautiful colours. I haven't got into painting really yet. One day I think I will. Wow, it's so beautiful. I love the realm that is you. Oh, it's so special. It's so special. I want you to know just how special I see you and your creations, or the ideas of your creations. Like the place, okay, this is what it is. It's like, it's the place in you that those creations would come from. It's like a way, it's like your eyes, the way you see it's the way, it's like how you see. It's just to say you. Gum. Okay. Do we do pile 3 now? Yes. I feel like this energy is like a combo of 2 and 3. Oh, I'm feeling 3 now more, and it's darker than I thought it was going to be. Oh, it's kind of making me tear up. Okay, interesting. I feel like I need to close the window. Do I though? Ow, painful. Pile 3. Okay, let's bring some love in here. Loving, a bit of loving, and then it's pair time. Ah, hey pile 2, come meet me somewhere. I wanna bathe in your energy. Okay, no, but I'll do pile 3. I'll do pile 3. I'll do pile 3. I will do pile 3. Okay. Interesting stuff. Because that was all pile 3's energy still a bit. No, it wasn't. Well, I don't think it was. I think it was me just jumping out of it. Okay. Welcome in, pile 3. So you have the sparrow. Oh no, not the sparrowhawk, the kestrel. There could be something about your line of sight. I think there's something really delicate about this reading. I think you might be feeling very emotional or very sensitive. There might be unsureness you feel and like you want to really protect yourself. Some of you might feel like it's not okay for you to say no or to keep certain things to yourself, maybe. Or maybe there's a feeling of like, I wanted to close, my initial gut instinct was, I want to close the window for your pile. I want to make it more of a safe space. But then I started questioning myself, and I think this is your energy. Like, you had an initial gut instinct for something, possibly to do with like a boundary or not wanting something, or something that would provide you with more like of a comfort energy or a safety energy, and or just like a self energy perhaps. But then you might question that and try and figure out a way to bring in more of like a lightheartedness or more of a like resistance to what you actually feel more called into. Yeah, I feel like a lot of you are experiencing some I heard like the onset of something emotions. Okay, so you have the jade crystal. Okay, we'll leave that there for now. I'll talk more on that later. Okay, which cards do we begin with? I think I don't want to get too many cards for you. I don't want too much overstimulation. Maybe you felt like you had to. Again, with like having the feeling like I kind of felt like I should have the window open, which feels like listening to a lot of things or like more energies being involved. Maybe you feel like you need to involve more beings or more certain things, certain energies with you, or certain parts of you that actually you don't really feel like that's what you're wanting. Some of this, I don't think this applies for everyone, but some of you, there's something that you were having be acceptable, or you were a part of, or you were okay with for a long time, but it's changed now and you no longer like that feeling. Yeah, present. There's a call to really feeling into what your present feelings are as opposed to what has gone on in the past. Even if the window was open for a long time, do you want it to be open now? The flower realm is making me think of a delicacy and a desire to nurture, a desire to caretake. But it's like caretaking with water. Water feels so relaxed and unimposing, or it feels so like for the flowers. And it's not like pouring a bucket of water over them. It's like with a little rain can, or like when it rains. It's such a gentle feeling. Oh, these are more cards than I thought. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Back of the deck is Zeta. You're invited into your own energy of of love here and seeing how that might reflect into the external. Some of you might resonate with being very desirable, but not all that desires you is something that you desire. Okay, so we have flower realm, present, mermaid, unicorns, and green nymph. Let's see if that's straight or not. Yeah, but it's not in the middle, so I'll move it around. Okay. Some of you may feel like you're the mouse in this situation, like you've been caught and you don't want to be caught. Some of you, this is about earlier experiences that you're still processing. For a lot of you, this could have to do with your body or your sexuality. But I think for everyone here, it's to do with your own sensitivity or your own desire for less stimulation, for less, like, fewer others, or fewer, like, certain others. This is a feeling of being touched when you don't want to be touched. And maybe in the past you did want to be touched, but that's no longer relevant. This crystal is actually a yoni egg. Like, this has been inside of me. But there's something about how it's like cracked, so I no longer do place this inside of me. And just that that itself has so much of like a vulnerable feeling too. Like having that in a reading. There's something about how it's jade too. It feels like there's so much healing energy being brought in for you. You might feel very judged by others, or you're fearing judgment from others. And again, this is bringing in lots of like soft healing energies. Bringing in a love that is showing you that you are okay. It's okay to say no. It's okay to want your own space, or it's okay to not desire that which desires you. Or it's okay to not desire certain things, or it's okay for you to be affected in the way that you are affected. Maybe you feel as though you should be a certain way, but you're not, and that's okay. There's a bear spirit guide that wants to be known. Okay, yeah, I'll leave that there for you. I feel like there are loads of energies that are like on the sidelines if you're wanting to connect, if you're wanting to feel more held. Because I'm noting particularly like this deck of mine that these are from, they have loads of like, there's constellations, there's like random cards, and there's lots of trees. But these feel like particular beings apart from the present. Oh, that's also making me think of, what are you being presented with, and do you want that or not? I'm thinking of, in Greek mythology, there are a lot of, is it nymphs, I think? I'm blanking on it now, but maybe there are some tales about the nymphs that really resonate with some of you. Or that could be a synchronicity that has popped up or will pop up for you. Some of you may feel pressured into something, or you were pressured into something. Some of you, creative outlets could really help, or speaking about this, like a sort of expression where this experience isn't being, or feelings, they're not being fully like kept inside, but you're allowing them to like to be seen by yourself in some way. I like the bear coming through for you because it does have such a Cancerian energy of like strong protection, but also so much motherly, like soft love too. Like keeping that which you don't want out and holding in so much of like a caretaking love in. An okayness. Some of you also have ancestors who are saying, fall into my arms. Some of you also, I think this is, take all these messages as they're particularly resonating for you, but some of you have friends in the physical who you know would really support you and hold you through this, but maybe you feel like it's not okay for you to receive that love, and this is inviting you to, or it's just showing you that those that you feel you can trust are being highlighted here if you're wanting to fall more into that feeling of being held. Some of you may also feel like it it's a feeling of maybe not wanting to say things. Maybe some of you also, if you don't feel like expressing like more directly, maybe there are just those who you want to like fall into those arms of without explaining and just receiving that love, whether that be physically people holding you or spirits holding you or you holding you. Maybe that act, just like hugging yourself, would feel really healing for you here. I think this energy is inviting you into an energy of it's okay for you to say no. It's okay for you to want what you want. It's okay for you to feel the way you do about certain things. How would you like it to be? And change that word it if that isn't applicable for your situation. I can really feel like certain loved ones of yours who are saying, it's okay now, it's okay. You can rest now, it's okay. I want to say also, I'm gonna leave this video on for a while, or I want to just let you know that I'll be in this space so you don't have to worry about like it suddenly turning off, because this feels like a very delicate energy that might have been a thing on someone's mind. That could also be relevant, being suddenly turned off. And there's an allowance of that. It's okay to feel the way you do. Amber could be a... Amber is actually a fossil, isn't it? It's not a crystal. Amber, that could be significant. Also, there's a tarot reader I used to watch. Maybe she's just called Tarot with Amber. I think so. Maybe she has some readings for you. It's a very healing energy. Honey also could be significant, and now I'm thinking of the bear. Yeah, I'm wanting to say again, it's okay. Maybe that would help for you to say and tell yourself too. Or if speaking aloud isn't your thing, writing or other forms of expression or actions that like passively tell yourself that you're okay or it's okay. Like, for example, maybe drinking a cup of tea with honey in or something. I feel like there's a tension that a lot of you have that it's like that's being invited to release and into a state of openness, but there's a strong sense of that openness being safe when you feel safe. Like first providing yourself with a sense of barriers or no's or some sort of security, and then within that allowing yourself to really show yourself and feel that it is okay for you to relax, it is okay for you to untense. I got the image of like someone getting a shoulder massage and that feeling like it relieves a lot. Maybe lullabies could help too. Maybe your caregivers used to sing you a lullaby, and maybe thinking or hearing that would help. Singing it yourself, or having them sing that to you if that's an option, or if that's an option you like. I think that energy is very prevalent here, if that's an option you'd like. I'm seeing a past lifey energy with a certain twig. I don't think I have anything more to say on it than that, but it's like in a forest. It's a human holding a twig. Yeah, the floor feels quite autumnal, like there are leaves on the floor, but it also feels like the head isn't in open space. It's not like you can look up and see the sky. It feels both like there are leaves on the ground, but also like it's a thicket is coming to mind. Like you're in cover still, like you're still feeling like you're really in the forest, but there are also leaves on the floor. Or maybe they're not leaves. It just kind of feels like being held from all directions. Leaves all around you. Maybe some of you would like the imagery of like an aura of leaves. That's cool. Or a tree being holding you. I love that one. I just love trees. Trees and dragons are like my thing now. Trees and dragons. What about a dragon tree or a tree dragon? Oh wait, tree dragon, like on Dragonvale, there's a tree dragon. I feel like it was always like surprisingly fast in the races. It's like it should be such a bad one, but actually it's like surprisingly mature, and what's that called? Resilient is coming to mind too. Apply these as they fit for you, whether this is someone outside yourself or yourself. Resilient, what's the other one? Like dependable, but I feel like it starts with an R. Respectable, respecting, caretaking, reproachable is a word coming to mind. It's definitely not the word I was trying to get at. Vroom, like a car. What is that? I don't know. Maybe there's a word for you that begins with R and feels like dependable. Maybe some of your names begin with R, or the spirit or the person whom you feel you can depend on, their name begins with R. Oh yeah, in case this wasn't obvious, I think this is going to be more of a space holding than more like messages. Let me readjust. Though I could be wrong. Maybe that's also relevant for you here, feeling like it's okay for you to simply be without needing to either do specific things or like say specific things. Like that energy of space holding as opposed to trying to work at something or trying to do any one thing or be any one thing. Maybe the knowing that healing is a natural process too. Like you don't need to force yourself to get over something kind of thing. It can happen naturally. If you want to open also to the energy I'm bringing through here, you can intentionally do so, but it's in the video regardless. But yeah, I've been seeing these kind of patterns I'm making with my fingers in light pink, but I think maybe this is orange now that I'm changing to my middle finger. And now dark blue. And now purple. And thumb is yellow in this case. Ooh, that's cool. It's like when I brought it through all of the previous lines, even though it began as yellow, it's like it was like meshing all the colours together. It was creating like an ombre, not ombre. Maybe that's significant for some of you, ombre. Trails of colour. a mushing of colour. Blankets of colours being washed over. Wash basin, I'm hearing that. Or based in a something. I'm getting stories energy for you. Maybe there's messages for you in pile 2. It also is just making me think of that energy of like having a creative outlet for this. I was imagining like writing a story from this feeling, not necessarily that it's about what happened, if this is an event, but just allowing this feeling to be more made known to you. I think that's the perspective that wants to keep having, or wants to be brought up again. Maybe that's also relevant here, like this wants to be brought up again, this wants, or something that wants to keep going that you don't want to keep going with. Oh look, there's a dribble. Oh, it's such a cute one too. Look at my dribble. It's a bubble. It was so delicate on the present card. I'm going to bring some sound healing through. I'm seeing the colour purple with that. And red with that. Interesting that I'm wanting to express the colours I'm seeing. Maybe that's something about this, like allowing yourself to express that certain things you're seeing, or certain feelings, or expressing things as you go, or maybe a feeling of not being too much. It's like I had a little thought of some people aren't going to want to be hearing me, or it's like a feeling of being judged. Like I was a little afraid that people would judge that I was continually saying new colours. So I wonder if you have this feeling. I'm getting an image of an old friend of mine when, like a specific time when she fell from a tree we had climbed. It's like she grazed herself on it. There could be something, I don't know if this is what happened or not, but the image I'm getting is of like my first instinct was to laugh, but then it was like, oh no, no laugh. So there could be certain responses you have that this is drawing to your attention. or responses of others. Maybe for some of you, feeling like this was more painful than you initially felt it was, or thought it was. And with me getting a lot of imagery for you, I feel like, or like past lifey feelings. Maybe this is something you can relate to in your past lives happening too. Maybe that helps you process the feelings more. For some of you, it's okay if you don't trust what you're seeing, or you have a sense that that might be a past life, or you just get certain images that maybe feel more like stories that you feel connected to. There's a message of like allowing that visual, or allowing yourself to not need to have the label of, okay, this is a past life of mine, but just like an openness to what you are feeling from either visions you're seeing, or just ideas or sounds, or whatever senses they come through for you. Maybe some of you want to intentionally fall into them, intentionally find them, and others of you, maybe they just come to you. And maybe neither. Maybe that's not relevant. I think there's something about how like it's easier than you might have expected it to be, or it can be easier than you might have expected it to be. There's something of how like I was playing with the energy here, moving it around, and I expected the trail to like bring me in a certain way, but it ended up being smoother. Like I thought I was going to close off an energy more, but instead it was more of like oh, it just leads to this. Only take that if that feels true for you, or if that brings relief. If that message brought stress, then I don't think that would be for you. Or maybe just at a later time. Yeah. I think I just want to reiterate this, the similar thing again of it's okay to say no. I just had like voices in my head kind of shouting at me to do something or shouting at me to say something. And I was just observing it. So I felt like that could be something you've experienced, or an energy that you like feel imposed by, or once felt imposed by. It's like a clean aquamarine coming through now, or light blue. There's bits of green, or maybe green on very light green on the side. It's like there's an undercurrent of really dark green on the surface, on like the lower, the beneath of all of this, and then lighter colors above. It's like they can only feel a part of the picture with like a certain openness to them to like blend with the lower parts. Otherwise it's more like on top of, and it doesn't settle in. It's like only through like a sense of true, what is that feeling? Allowance. Feeling like it is okay to fully let go. Maybe to fully be seen. Only then is there that state of allowance. And then the blending. There's no sense of like forcefulness that can be for the two to blend very smoothly. I feel called to say, some of you might not be able to resonate or relate this to a particular experience, and yet you have these feelings. And it's not necessarily that there is no particular experience, but maybe you don't remember it, or maybe you don't see it with as much of an impact as it had on you. And so there's just a message of it still being okay just to feel what you feel, regardless of if you think your emotions like live up to your experiences. In other words, if you feel hurt, it's okay to feel hurt. It's okay to feel the extent of pain that you feel. There's nothing wrong with you. All of you is okay. I want to say like you and your responses are natural. Okay, I'm gonna close off the reading in a bit. I just kind of wanted to like let you know, so it's not abrupt. Okay, and stretch. Okay, let's put these away. Let's put the crystal away first. Some of you might want to work with like herbs to do with this, or flowers. Cetus could be significant for some of you here too. I was thinking Andromeda too, but then I was like, well, she didn't pop out. That I do have an Andromeda card in here. But with that, it's a feeling of like it's okay for you to say the things you want to say, even if they're not, even if you can't see how it's okay to say that. And you can swap that word say for other forms of energy or actions if that relates more. Yeah, this is the feeling of like you are natural in all of you. Your emotions, your body, your your spiritual experiences, your mind, your desires. All of you is natural, all of you is okay, and you can really feel into that. You can really show yourself that. Yeah, I'm gonna end your reading on "it's okay." I think that's like my favorite phrase. It's okay. Okay. Bye bye, I love you. It's okay. I don't like the way I said the last "it's okay." Let me like wait, pause, and say it again. Is that significant here? Wait, pause, and say it again. The thing is, I don't know how I want to say it. I wonder if that's what you're experiencing. And with that, I want to say, guess what I want to say? It's okay.